Pop out chat there. All right, and then I just need to do the same thing. Over here. Okay. Sweet. All right. So here's the move today. I'm going to pour a glass of water in between whiskeys, but it's Friday, so I'm pouring one. Oh, need to get some vitamin D. There we go. Okay, so the part that we're on right now, I guess I don't need two of the issues things open. We are on the process of adding safe functions to the client in each SDK. And we are in the Kotlin code at the moment. So yeah, does anyone here do Kotlin on a regular basis? You do? Nice. What is your preferred way of logging? So basically, I probably want to... we don't have a show logs function here yet, but we will. Right, so we'll use that, or not function, but prop. But basically, we have a should function, and that should function can possibly throw. So if it were to throw, you know, you would be responsible for handling that error, which I think a lot of people would prefer. But also, we can do a safe should, and that will always return a Boolean and no possibility of throwing, which means that we probably just want to try catch the original this.should, and then maybe bubble that up somewhere, right? The exception that we care about. So how do we want to do that part? right? Like, bare minimum, I probably want to just catch the exception and pass the message on elsewhere. What is the right way of logging that out in a general way in Kotlin code? Or is the idea to give the user a way of injecting a logging function? Right? How would you prefer it if you were using this library in your code? Would you want to be able to pick your own, logger? I'm guessing the answer is yes. So then realistically, exposing a logging callback would be the move. Is result a Kotlin thing? Okay, I wasn't aware of result for Kotlin. So then instead of throwing the error, we would just return a result that did it. Would there ever be a use case where you would want to not have to do the effort of handling the result? Because realistically, what I guess I'm thinking is this top level should function shouldn't be a Boolean. It should then be a result. Would you ever want a safe should that doesn't even do a result and it's always a Boolean? You're more of a library developer. Gotcha. Yeah, I think for applications, there might be a concern. So, okay. Basically, for languages that have results as a core semantic, we should be using results. I think there are still languages that don't, like JavaScript. So I could see maybe just like doing a minor version increment for Kotlin if someone ends up wanting those safe functions, but instead we should refactor this to results. Basically, if you're trying to call should on a value feature, that's an error. Because it doesn't make any sense. Right? If you call should, but you want to do it with, like technically the selective string feature, that works. But if you want to do it for a selective number feature, well then, yeah, that wouldn't. Oh, and yes, right. So feature.value, right? This is where this is a string. And theoretically, because this could be something else, then yeah. When you say document that behavior, what do you mean by that, right? Like, we can't prevent the user from doing stuff. And this always has to be, like, evaluated before we can know it. So their call here would be totally valid. So no, I think a result is the way to go. What you're saying is the safe version, and the safe version would then not be a result, and we'd do the bool all the time and then do a log of what they were doing, right? I think, yes, making this an exceptional situation is the right way to go, at least. Making the user handle the fact that they could be calling this function on the wrong type of feature. That, to me, is exceptional behavior. So here's the thing. We don't get result auto-completable. I do have the Kotlin language extension installed. Where does result come from? So it's in the Kotlin standard library. Okay. Why was it not auto-completed by VS Code? I think that's just a flaw of using VS Code for Kotlin dev, right? And hey, what's up, Bruno? How you doing? Oh, you guys hear the keyboard sounds over on YouTube? Yeah, I guess I don't have a good filter for that. Maybe that's like a bonus feature, right? If you want the keyboard sounds, you do YouTube. If you don't, you do Twitch. Do I have to import the standard lib? Doesn't look like it. I just think VS Code's not the right tool to edit Kotlin code. And that becomes annoying. Oh, we've also got something chewing up a bunch of performance. Maybe not. So Bruno over on YouTube says, they're doing great. Java's a little harsh nowadays because you got a lot of demands, but you're handling it. How about me? I'm doing well. Just hanging out. Well, I might have to turn off power mode. Okay, we got to restart. Let's do that real quick. I might have to pay for the JetBrains Studio at some point. Just because some of these languages really suck inside of VS Code. IntelliJ Community Edition is free. Let me see if I actually have that. Oh, I do. Okay. Does IntelliJ IDEA work for C#? Or is that where I'd end up needing Writer? I think that's Writer. No, Mini Scruff. We weren't getting any of the type hinting that we needed. It also just kind of sucks. Yeah, Bruno says they got the same problem with the Python LSP. Luckily, PyCharm has a community edition. Nice. I mean, they say they do, but I wasn't getting good reporting on issues, and I consider that a problem. All right, so we see result Boolean, and that part seems fine. So now this would just be result dot something, right? Success. So, yep, Seb backs up what I'm saying. So Bruno, Mini Scruff, Bruno is referencing you. VS Code uses the same LSP as NeoVim, so that shouldn't really make a difference, right? I mean, there's definitely some good plugins and stuff. I just think they're inconsistently working. All right, and then instead of throw, this would be result dot, what was it, failure? And then similar, we would do, yeah, so this is a pretty straightforward refactor. Right, then here we want to do the same refactor for that. And then here, I guess, and hold on. Why am I spacing on your name? My bad, 1 second. Let me pull this over here. Let's close this one. Basti. Yeah. So result.success, result.failure. Yep. Yeah, we're already there on that part. What I wanted to double check then is, do you think there's value in the safe methods that opt out of the results, right? Or like, you know, unwrap the results for you? I'm kind of curious about that. Well, no. What I'm getting at is if you're a consumer of another library, would you prefer to just deal with the result yourself? Or would you like a function that returns the Boolean and handles the is success, is failure under the hood for you? And then maybe just logs out what you did. So what I'm saying is, should we have a safe version, and the safe version doesn't force the result.isSuccess onto the consumer? The safe version always just returns a Boolean. Well, what I'm getting at is, Python, we can do both. That's what I'm trying to say. We can do the one that returns the result, and we can do another function that we call safe that is just a Boolean. It doesn't always return false. That's what I'm saying, Super Basti. We're going to have the base one that does the result. Would you find value in another one that is safe that always returns a Boolean? I'm not talking about a result, I mean a Boolean. Yes, we're going to have a baseline function, and then we could always make a top-level function for the user that does the result unwrapping for you. So, yes, I think I'm going to agree and say that any language that supports results by default, right? Any language that supports results by default, we won't do the safe functions. Languages that don't, that have throwing as their semantics, would then need a safe function as well. Exactly, Bruno. Yeah. Yeah, what I'm wondering is, like, is the developer ergonomics of, I don't care if it fails, I just need it to run. Right? I know that's lazy and probably not good engineering practices, but is it something someone would want? That part I'm less sure of. In a language like TypeScript, we would benefit from a safe version that's always the thing, rather than you having to wrap it in your own try-catch, because there's no such thing as a result in JavaScript. We could wrap it in a promise, but it's not asynchronous, so that's a misleading API in my opinion. And even then, wrapping it in a promise does still force the semantics of them consuming it, because it's a promise now. They might do an async function, and then they're back to the same result of having to try catch it, right? So yeah, in JavaScript, TypeScript, we do benefit from having our baseline functions that throw, and then our top level or like another function that might be safe, that catches and returns the default. Correct, Miniscruff. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. In TypeScript, we would benefit from that. Just in case, you know? But that's only in languages that don't have results, in my opinion. So I think in Python, we'd probably benefit from a safe function. Yeah, in Go, it's basically the same thing as a result. You're expected to, like, handle the error, right? That pattern is pretty evident. So, Bruno, you're saying with exceptions, you agree as well? So, like, even in a language that throws, that doesn't have results, you wouldn't want a safe function? I'm just trying to think about how we design this, you know? Okay, no. So Bruno's actually agreeing that they would like a safe function rather than having to try catch it themselves. Sure. Okay. Ooh, I probably should. Depends on when he's going and how much like stuff I get done before then. No, I'm at GitKraken. I'm curious who's working at Sentry right now. Oh, you're thinking of Coding Garden. Because he works for Syntax, which is a subdivision of Sentry. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I sent an application for that role as well, but he is far more qualified. GitKraken's good. Yeah, we got our first workshop for GitLens. Our first GitLens workshop on Tuesday. If you want to get notified of it and sign up, you know, you'd be helping me out, especially if you actually show up. But, yeah, no worries if not, either. Like, no big deal. And Bruno, hold on. Unwrap would actually break your application. So when I'm talking about unwrap, I don't mean, like, calling the unwrap function. I mean, like, you know, just manually unwrap. Like, you know, doing those checks, etc. But calling unwrap as, like, the function of a result or an option, if it's an error in Rust, it'll actually, you know, completely break your application. So you typically don't want to use unwrap in production. Oh, do you? Oh, you use GitKraken? Awesome. Do you use GitLens at all as well? Like, what language do you work with, Shane? And I would say if you want to like talk about your use case and how you use it, use GitLens and VS Code for TypeScript stuff. Awesome. Do you use GitKraken for like other things too? I'd love to hear about your use case if you're willing. You know, just send me a message on Discord and I'll send you a link to schedule a session. Right, like a one-on-one that I record and I, you know, bring the feedback back to work. Especially if you have issues or things that you think could be better. Like any feedback you want to pass on, basically. That's part of my job as a developer advocate, I think. All right, so we got that one done. All right, so we do result there. Ooh, and yeah, we got some issues now. You hit me up in Discord? Yeah, 1 second. How do I send this to myself? Yeah, 1 second. Let me figure out how to send this to myself real quick. Yeah, here we go. That's how we'll do that. Gmail. All right, yeah, let me just send you that message back, and then we'll get back to what we're doing. There you go, Shane. Yeah, add you as a friend. Thank you, I appreciate it. So yeah, I'd be stoked to hear about any of that feedback. Should be wired up to my calendar, so yeah, just pick a time that works for you. Hopefully not 8 a.m., but if need be, I can work around it. I can make it happen. That's why I added it to the calendar. Wait, what am I doing wrong with this one? Oh, So that was a bug. Hey, that actually helped us out. Sweet. Oh, and I see. I was returning there when instead we need to just return here. I get it. Yeah. All right, that makes sense. So it wasn't actually a bug that we had previously due to how we were doing some stuff. But yeah, Code in Life. Yeah, I hope Jacob's doing it tonight. I will happily join. Right, so yeah, these other functions are gonna need some work. Right, like that toInt is no good. Oh, it's like 8 your time? Yeah, he typically doesn't start till like 6 or 7. So there's a couple hours, I think. Alright, so yeah, wrapping these failures. Okay, and that's right. Yeah, so we don't need to worry about those ones. It's just when we get to these two. Yeah, I don't remember where he used to live. I didn't realize that he wasn't on the West Coast the whole time. Ah, he was in Texas. Okay, that makes sense. And what up, Kamel? How you doing? All right, so then from here, we want to do like a if. It's a prop. Yeah, doing well, doing well. Doing some refactoring. You got a drop? Yeah, no worries, Angel. Have a good one. Oh, yeah, let's do that. Exception or null. This does make this code a little more verbose. Yeah, I'm wondering what the right way to do this part now is. And what up, Nonsec? How you doing? We could do a map? Okay. And then is it like just... Oh, it is, yeah. Oh, so you're saying basically I would just do that? But I don't even need like the result success? Oh. Oh, that's clean. Otherwise, it just bubbles up the air. Oh, that's way cleaner. I like that. Yeah, thanks, Basti. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so then we just follow basically the same pattern. And then this is result double, or result double dot map. Yeah, I like that. Sweet. Okay, so I'm going to call that a good refactor. Our tests are not actually solving for that yet. So if we go to client test here, we got a bunch of errors because now we're not handling that. Is there like a better assertion we should be using that would solve some of the effort, or do I need to like unwrap the result here manually? I'm gonna guess that there is, but hold on, let me just see. Assert. I don't think contains content equals. No. Succeeds with. No. So we want to assert that the result is success and that the result is like true or false, technically. So we don't want to just check the success value. We also want to check whether the result inside of the result, or the value inside the result, is the Boolean that we're looking for in this original assert. So yeah, let me use the restroom real quick. And yeah, I'm curious like what the fix for that would be. So give me a sec. All right. And then maybe, hold on. Assert true requires a Boolean, right? So we could do should gradual.success. And assert true Oh, can we not coerce that? Damn. Nah, so it doesn't. Right? Because it's, like this right here. We could wrap it with a let? Ah, okay. Oh, what did you do instead? Assert equals. Oh, okay. I think this is fine. I guess here's the question. Would this fail if it ends up being null? It shouldn't ever be null, but would it fail if it ever ends up being null? Yeah, let's try what you typed and see if they offer like a refactor. So, yeah, they don't want to refactor it, and to me, this seems safer because I'm not sure of the semantics of this question dot. We could also force unwrap. Yeah. I think the assert equals is fine. Oh. We want to assert that to true, but we also want to do that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. How do you feel about all this so far? I think it works for me. Oh, and we want that one to be true. Ah, I see. So those stay true. think we're missing a test here, but it'll be fine. Wait, what's up, Seb? What's wrong with what Nightbot's doing? Oh, God. Oh, there you go. That'd be fun. Yeah, we could probably do it if we did like a fully custom bot instead of Nightbot. Yeah, so a big part of what we're doing right now is going to hinge on the fact that we probably need to double check how many other languages do these things, right? Like support results by default. Okay, I think we're good there. Yeah. Oh, and I see why I had gaps there. Oh. So we can do that, and we can do that, and we call that good. Boom. Yeah, that was a good one. So we finished up the Kotlin. Thank you for the help. I really appreciate that. That was awesome. Yeah, thank you, Basti. So real quick, let's go back to... Let's go back to this. Anyone here know C#? How about that? You'd have to start your command with that Nightbot. I don't know. Yeah, we'll think about it. C#? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jens, you're a C# developer, right? Does C# have the concept of a result? Yeah, Microsoft Java, same thing. So, like, what about not async? Because the methods we're doing this with are not async. They are synchronous. But we still want maybe something like a result, if possible. Otherwise, we have stuff that throws. So I could create my own. I don't necessarily want to do that. So let's go look at it. Now that we have some .NET developers in here. Oh, let's quit IntelliJ. Yes, I'm sure. Don't ask me again. All right, we'll do it in VS Code at least. What's up, Zerk? How you doing? Welcome. So right now we have the concept of these safe methods that, absorb or swallow the error. Oh, you actually saw the YouTube ad? Nice. I was wondering, like, has anyone else seen the YouTube ad that I made? Like, randomly, not just, like, because I posted it to Twitter and LinkedIn? Like, have you seen it in between, like, videos you're watching it and stuff? Because that'd be really cool. I think you're the first person to say that they've seen it organically. It was before a video? Nice. Before whose video? I'm curious about that one, too. You took a screenshot? Sick. Yeah, feel free to share that over in the Discord or make a tweet about it or do whatever you want. Yeah, you're the first person to tell me that they've seen it, like, organically, just, before some video. They were telling me that they see a lot of, they're seeing over 50% of the video get watched, right, of the ad, which is pretty crazy, right? So it's not like an intrusive ad. So you saw it in front of a Vegas travel guide. They must have identified you as, like, the target market for it. Right? Like, you watch programming videos on YouTube anyway, right? Yeah, exactly. So it's good to know that, like, they show it to the audience, not necessarily, like, the video. But yeah, cool. Oh, and I missed some follows. Hold on. Rudeski. Thank you. God RJA, thank you for the follow. Glitch PT and Dark Tower Builder. Thank you all for the follows. I appreciate you. So I guess here's my question. Oh, and hold on. Right, I don't want to build out my own result, though. I'm pretty fundamentally against that. So if there isn't the idea of a native result, then I don't think I want to do it. I don't care. I want what is basically idiomatic for the language. If it's not native, then I don't want it. So C# is exception land. Okay. So in this case, if I'm throwing an exception, it's on the consumer, and instead I'll just do the safe should custom double if someone wants to do it that way instead. Okay. So this is like an okay pattern then. My next question is, how would you want, like, if you're a consumer of a library? Yeah, I mean, we can throw more specific exceptions, sure. Yeah, I'd say that would be like a feature improvement at some point. Right, like at the bare minimum, we should do a Vexilla exception. Right? Okay. And you're at a .NET shop. Okay. So I think that's a good idea. However, if I wanted to provide a safe version of it, what would be the right way to do logging here? No, I get that, Dark Tower. But I think I would still want to do, like, specific logging. Which means, yeah, I could pass a different message or something. So when I say the right way to log, I looked it up and I was seeing a bunch of different ways of doing logging in C#, right? Would I want to use logging extensions? Would I want to use, how would you want me to throw a log in here that at least, like, if you're looking at your logs later, you would be able to do something with it? Now, I would assume that some type of native logging, I don't have any logging lib in my library yet. What I'm getting at is, as you, as a consumer, would you have your own logging, and would that change from shop to shop or project to project? At which case, should I have like a logging callback? And then you can do whatever log you want. I just pass you the message. Yeah, I don't want to bring in a dependency for log4net if you guys don't want to use log4net. I don't want to introduce a dependency into your system if it's not the standard. Nah, Jens, I get it. I know what you're saying, but result is not idiomatic in C#. My goal is to make these as idiomatic as possible. If it's not part of the standard library, it's not idiomatic. So here's my thought. For C#, when you instantiate this class, right, Vexilla client, right, and I understand logging to the console, but is that the common way you would want to consume those logs? Right? We could. Is that the right way? Is that the way that most libraries do it? Or would it be better if I expose a logging callback that you inject, right? You pass a function or a lambda or whatever, basically, that I call for you inside of my functions, and then that does whatever logging you prefer. Would that be more useful as a consumer? Yeah, it's the same reason why I don't ship like an HTTP request library. I want consumers to inject that themselves. So that's why you just pass a function called fetch into your get manifest or whatever. And it's just a callback that I call for you. So it doesn't seem popular among other libraries. I get that. Okay. But as a consumer, would you appreciate how that works? So typically, you just expect it to log to the console or main output, and then do something with that yourself. Okay. So then, what is the right way to log to that main output or console or whatever? Sure. So then what is like the logging function you would use? Is it log extensions or what, right? I found like 4 or 5 different ways of logging in C#, not even including libraries. So, I mean, Dark Tower, I'm just not going to do it if it's not common. I can always add that later, but for now, I'm thinking we just log to console or main output or whatever. What functions or class would I be using to log that? Because I saw multiple different classes that I could probably use as well. The Stack Overflow had 4 or 5 different things that were all standard library things, but they were all different. And maybe I'm messing up the number. Maybe it's only 2 or 3. But what do you consider the proper way? Right, it's a console.writeLine. Okay. And do I need to import console? Is that part of like a, like some using statement I got to do? Like if I do using system.diagnostics, is console now available to me? And the reason I'm asking is because I don't get good bug reporting inside of VS Code. And it bums me out. But Visual Studio for Mac sucks. I did have Writer. I understand that, Jens. Ignore that part. We're not talking about that part right now. So it's just using system. Okay, so it's system.console. Okay, so I don't need system.diagnostics. I get that the injection idea is good. But if not a lot of libraries do that, then no one's going to use it. If we get enough people pushing back and asking for it, then we can do it. But we want to be as idiomatic as possible. And Jens, it seemed to me that some people would simply want to just check a flag and not care if they're, fetching the flag before they fetched, or if they're checking if it should be done before the fetch actually happened. I could see a use case for that. And that's fine, Dark Tower, but we got to do the common case. Yeah, my goal is I want to give people the option of us not crashing their service. But maybe the safe methods aren't useful, right? Anyone out there that is a C# developer, would you ever use this safe should function? Probably not. So, Dark Tower, remember, injection is totally separate. Injection is about how the logging happens. That's a totally separate thing. Injection is about how we log. We don't need to log if this function would never get used by you anyway. If you're doing top exception handling already, then you don't need the safe should function. Right? That's what I'm getting at. So why would you use safe should if you're already doing top level exception handling? There's no point. right? Would you want to handle safe, or would you want the library to handle safe? Completely separate from how we log. So yeah, so far it just seems like you guys would rather have it throw. The more code we write, the more code we have to maintain. Every line of code is a liability. As a library author, you have to be very conscious of how much code you're adding to your library. Okay, so maybe safe methods are not necessary. Is there something I could do to let users know that it would possibly throw? So in Elixir, I would have something like exclamation point, right? Is there a semantic way of alerting that it is a function that can throw? Right? Is there like a pattern for that? I think actually in Elixir, that just means it's a Boolean. Just in the method docs? Okay. All right, so no naming convention, nothing I need to annotate, such as like throws. Right? You know, it doesn't like that either. Okay. You're saying this is just how you would end up documenting it? Okay. Right, so more specific exceptions is probably the way to go. Okay. Oh, and Space Case. Yeah, no expectations as a mod. No, I appreciate you. That's all. If you're here and you see someone do like a comment about tabs, I'm gonna try and ignore them. Maybe just do like the tabs command or something. But again, like, no expectation, no stress. All right, so this name right here, we might want to change up a bit. All right, the name of the branch and all that. All right, so yeah, we'll have to rename that here in a sec. Real quick, another quick question about C# Dev. Is there an editor, like an IntelliJ free community edition editor that we could use? I don't think so, right? We just have to use Rider. But Rider doesn't have a community edition, right? Because I don't necessarily want to pay for it because I don't do it that often. I'm on a Mac. Visual Studio for Mac is not good. Yeah, I'm in VS Code already, but it's not a great experience. Like, we don't get auto-completion for a lot of stuff like I would expect. I have the C# extension. It's working right now, but it wasn't working yesterday, Jens. Hey, and what up, Andrew? When did X get chat? I'm not sure, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, welcome. How you doing? We're working on Vexilla right now. I don't have timestamps, so I'm not sure how like delayed I was in responding to that. Sorry. I don't even know how to turn timestamps on. So yeah, how you doing, Andrew? Yeah, Jens, I have that extension, right? C# Dev Kit. But yesterday we were not getting auto-completion like we expected. VS Code's a bit flaky. You're doing great? Sweet. Sab, Visual Studio for Mac is terrible. It's not maintained. So yeah, all right. So part of our task is to do better exceptions. Do we want to do that part right now, or do we want to look at some of the other languages and see what we do here? We just did the Kotlin. The OCaml does do results like we expect. In PHP, Rust, we're doing results, so that part's fine. Go does their own error handling, right, with the tuple. So Go and Rust are done. It's really PHP. Let's look at what we got so far that we got to do. PHP, Python, and maybe Swift. Let me look at the Swift code just to be sure. I think Swift also does like the result thing pretty well. We don't have a Dart SDK yet. We have like a really old one, but it's not supported yet. It's not at 1.0. Yeah, so with the Swift code, we just say that it throws, and we let the user handle that throwing. So I think I'm okay with that too. Now, here we're doing a throw of just a string, and that's where, yeah, maybe we want to do better exception handling. All right, so let's look at what we got here. Git add or I guess maybe revert. Undo adding of safe methods in favor of better exceptions, or in favor of specific exceptions later. So yeah, Andrew, if you're a little curious about what Vexilla is, I can explain it a bit. The core feature of Vexilla is that it is static file based. So all of the flags are stored within a static file. We have a mechanism of you being able to split up those files depending on how often you want to fetch them and, you know, keep the clients in sync, right? Browser or server, those are still clients. So it's just a static file, and then all of the logic actually sits within the SDKs. So currently, for the SDKs, let's go look at the list. We've got, oh, wrong one. And I had like a version 0.x a few years ago. We are in the process of releasing 1.x. So that means we've got, and if I get here, blah, blah, blah. Right, we've got C#, Elixir, Go, JavaScript, Kotlin, OCaml, PHP, Python, Rust, and Swift. Wow, I didn't realize it was 10 already. It's pretty awesome. So we have 10 SDKs, all hand-rolled here on stream. And plans for more, such as Dart, Lua, Ruby, and a few others. Yeah, we did the OCaml mainly because Dylan Mulroy is another streamer here on Twitch, and we just wanted to do some like collaborative content. So I thought that was fun. So yeah, like as far as planned languages go, Ruby for sure. Lua, why not? Dart for sure. And then probably Zig. So at least 4 more planned. So yeah, a total of 14 native SDKs, and then we'll have documentation for people to build their own if they want to. Do I have a streaming schedule? Yeah, Dark Tower, I do. I stream 5 days a week. I take Wednesdays and Sundays off. Sometimes if it's a holiday or I haven't streamed for a week, I might do like a Wednesday or a Sunday stream just to catch up, just because I really like streaming. And that the time of day is typically 1 p.m. Pacific until about 6 or 7 p.m. Pacific. So about 30 hours a week-ish. More like, 25 to 30 hours a week. But yeah, Zig would be really fun. I mainly just want to do the Zig SDK because I want to learn Zig. But also, if we do the Zig SDK, we could then, people using C or C++ could consume it, I think. So it'll, scratch a couple itches. But all right, we just finished some water. We can do another whiskey. Yeah, exactly, Andrew. I originally built this out because, number one, I didn't know about Growthbook back in the day. I think when I was building Vexilla for the first time, Growthbook was probably just starting out. And they do the static file thing as well. And then it sat kind of stagnant. But I did it for myself because I couldn't afford anyone else's feature flagging. I looked at the Launch Darkly pricing and almost threw up in my mouth. At least back then. Things could have changed. So then, yeah, I had it for my own projects, for side projects, etc. And last year, I was at a company that needed feature flagging, and we wanted to do it as cost-effective as possible. And, I had Vexilla, so I introduced it out to them and started, building it up and adding some other things. One of my favorite bits is that we actually have scheduling, which is something that Growthbook requires you to be on the pro plan for. But because I don't have a server for any of this stuff, I don't need to worry about, any of the costs associated with some of that stuff. So I don't need to worry about charging people for a pro plan or anything like that. So yeah, we have the idea of scheduling, selective list, like a list of values. Actually, let me go show it off to you. If y'all aren't aware, Andrew is over there on Twitter right now, and he is the organizer for the Feature Flag Super Stream, in which Aaron McHale Staples was so kind to tag me and involve me, which is awesome. But there's people from DevCycle, like Andrew. There's people from Launch Darkly, which I think is Aaron. There's people from Growthbook, Flipped, Split, like a bunch of those companies. I'm just happy to be included at this point. But yeah, let me load up Vexilla real quick for you. And yeah, the main gist is, because I don't have a server, we would launch the app, and the app is just a client-side application that you would wire up to. You would connect using GitHub or whatever, right? So we'll do a login. We'll log in with this account. Bam, we're logged in. We've already done the installation process, and then we just pick our repo. Seems like I got a bug here because that should have populated, so I haven't touched the application side of things for a bit. So we'll pretend that everything's fine, nothing's broken here. Curse of the Demo Gods. And then, yeah, we might go in and look at our feature group here, which is group 1. We've got environment 1 here, and in that environment, we might have a toggle, a gradual, a selective, etc., right? This is just our defaults for those things within an environment. And then within feature 1 here, we could set it to a gradual, and we would set the seed and the threshold, right? Threshold is 20% of users, and the seed is which 20% of users. So we could randomize based on that. Nice and easy. And the way we're doing that hashing would be kind of fun. We could do some scheduling. So then scheduling would be, yeah, we want it to be active from, April 8th to April 21st, which has already passed, so this is bad scheduling. But, right, we could then say daily from, let's say, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Bam. So during business operations, we can schedule this gradual rollout flag, etc. The scheduling is incredibly important to me because I worked at a previous company. I probably shouldn't say which. Not the one I just worked at, but another one before that, where it was life insurance, and they had like a minimum value for your life insurance policy. If it was under $1 million, you wouldn't do it through our platform. But to get users and to test things out during very specific hours on like Tuesday and Thursday, we wanted to allow $500,000 policies through, right? So then at that point, it involved us going through our release process to change an environment variable for those things. Incredibly annoying, just the worst. And it was easily like an hour and a half before that would be like up to production. So you had to start the process. It would be like a 20-minute build for our front end. Then we'd have to go through, get it approved for each environment. And by the time it's all said and done and you've gotten someone to actually approve it, someone to look at it, QA to sign off on it, you're like an hour and a half away from actually releasing out a feature. We needed feature flagging, right? And we could have actually scheduled that feature flagging too, so it wouldn't even involve someone clicking a button to like release it out. It was a very annoying process. But it is what it is. I'm pretty sure they're still doing that process. Because that's the kind of team they were. But whatever. So now, yeah, like I really care about scheduling and feature flagging because I've dealt with a project where they didn't do feature flagging and it was a nightmare. It was the worst. So yeah, pretty fun stuff. We got various types of flags, right? We just showed you gradual. What about selective? That's if you maybe want to have a list of values, right? So like maybe, certain user IDs. All right, pretend these are UUIDs or whatever in your database. So you could check that against, certain clients or organizations or whatever. Things like that. You could also do a value flag in which maybe you want to say that threshold would be 100 or like $1 million for that life insurance policy, or you could change it down to the 500 and that would get loaded dynamically. So instead of like toggling, it's just, an injected value. And another interesting bit is because there's no server, and it's all happening in here, we can't show that part just yet because we'd have to get this working. Damn the demo gods. But basically, we have to like rationalize the diff between what we have locally, here in local storage, and what might be up in GitHub or whatever. And then if we're ready, like it would have like remote local, and we could do a push, and it actually goes and makes a pull request to your GitHub using their APIs with the changes that you have. So it's like a Git native static file based feature flagging tool. So yeah, that's the entire gist of it. I think it's kind of fun. A lot more work to do. But yeah, there it is. And Sab, how long have I been in the industry? It depends on like what parts you count. What's usage like right now? I haven't done the 1.0 release, so pretty much no users besides myself. We've got plenty of people in chat that want to use it, but I just need to I need to do the release for 1.0. And that's what we're kind of doing, like polish of our APIs for the clients for a proper 1.0 release. So yeah, usage is pretty much nothing besides me. I think there's a couple projects that might be using it, like my previous employer and a couple other things, but yeah. So, I mean, it could be to a private repo, but remember, it's a static file. So someone could fetch your feature flag file, and that's all there is to it, right? But at the end of the day, people can inspect your request out to launch Darkly as well. So there's no secrets when you're talking about feature flagging. The only thing you could then do is give it working titles instead of like realistic titles for the name of the flag. Right? So instead of feature, like, you know, here we say feature 1, but if we wanted to change the name to something specific, like, you know, purchase threshold, even in Launch Darkly, you're going to be seeing purchase threshold somewhere. No matter what, you can do a private repo on Git. You can do a private, like, you know, you can do it on S3. You can do it internal to an organization, maybe. But if you're doing it for a public website, all of that stuff is inspectable. There's no such thing as a secret. If it's in my DevTools and I see the request and what's in the response of that request, I know exactly what feature flags are available. There's no secrets there. You could do server-side feature flagging. Sure, yeah, that's a thing, but you still have to expose it out to the client in some way if it's going to be a feature that you want turned off inside your app. So at that point, there's still going to be something that tells us whether the thing you see in your UI is there or not. So that's what I'm getting at, Andrew, and that's why you could give it a working title like Feature 1. Sure. Right? You don't even need to make it a random string for that. Just feature 1, something random, sure. Yeah, I think for the most part, there could be some way that you obfuscate, but I don't think there's much value to that. And it's not something that we inherently support yet. So if you look at the final like payload, let's go look at our testing file. Right? Like, the name of the feature is going to be there. Yeah, so I see that. Right? No, I understand what you mean, Andrew. But we just have no way of doing that. Because we still want the user to be able to do that. Like as a dev, you could, like, how would you end up being like, hey, I want to do blank? And without a server, we can't do that obfuscation. That could be a reason to pay for a cloud version of it, though, right? No, I think you're misunderstanding, Dark Tower. You wouldn't be having keys in the file. You'd just have the name of the subscription that they have. Your validation of whether they have that subscription wouldn't be tied to what we're doing, right? That wouldn't be feature flagged. Your subscription is your subscription, and your server needs to rationalize that. All we would do in our feature flagging is check if the user has that subscription, right? Like, it's just like a piece of metadata on your, like, user response from your server. No keys would need to be in here whatsoever. It's just the name of the subscription. Your server is responsible for determining if they have that subscription. No, wrong, Dark Tower, because your server would also run this feature flag. So one, you would check and double check that that subscription has access to the feature we have turned on. But your server would be the source of truth for actually like allowing the API to do something with that. No matter what, you can't do only client-side feature flagging. You need your server to evaluate those two. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate that. What is the MS for this project? What do you mean by that? You could manually change the flags directly in GitHub, but like that's definitely really like error prone. But you totally could. Nothing prevents you. So tag life, yeah, that's part of like some of the branding and like blog posts and stuff I want to make at some point anyway. For most of these like feature flag or even A/B testing services, they either start as an A/B testing platform or they start as a feature flag platform, and then they all end up converging on doing both. Because, you know, in my opinion, feature flags are a fundamental building block to A/B testing. But there's also the idea of doing it the other way, and my brain can't wrap my head around that. But PostHog started out as an A/B testing platform that then became a feature flagging platform. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I think, Andrew, the biggest thing is like it's extremely cheap, you know? You're never going to like take down S3. It's free because, yeah, I don't have a server to operate, so I have no cost to pass on. Eventually, if enough users start using it, then I could actually justify some VC investment and build out a cloud platform, things like that. And yeah, so hold on. James Fulton. How you doing? Let me read your question real quick. Yeah, that sounds like some like Markov chaining you got going there. That doesn't seem real, James Fulton. Seems like spam to me. Whoa, research dev. Yeah, I remember hearing they were going to start charging for IPv4 addresses. $700 bill. Your company is large. Whoa. That is gnarly. But yeah, time for another whiskey. We've done some good work so far. I deserve it. So yeah, does that make sense? And I think another really cool aspect to this is self-hosting is also extremely cheap and easy. You know, it's just a static file inside of your private network. So if you don't want to expose it to the greater web, you can still hit that from any machine that has access to the IP address or whatever that you're hitting with it. So internal enterprise companies could do it for their like internal like accounting apps and random like things like that. Doesn't even need to be exposed out to the broader web. So we're like VPC compliant with zero like hosting overhead for enterprise customers. And I think that's the initial way I plan on monetizing, by offering a services contract with an SLA so that you can get me on the phone anytime. And what I mean by me is the company. Wink. So yeah, this is at least like the initial monetization. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I didn't want to do Unleash, because I didn't want to actually, like, deal with what if Unleash goes down, right? Like, that's just another thing to manage. And as a basically an indie hacker, I don't want to operate too many services. You like it? Oh, thank you. Yeah, if you got any feedback, let me know. There's always more work to do. But yeah. Working on it. So realistically, let's do get LG real quick. I probably just want to rename this branch. I forget how to do that. Oh, the get branch command. I always forget. Yeah, I use get checkout -b to create new branches. All right. Yeah, so that's easy enough. Ooh, hold on. What all did we change? Ah, definitely want that. Oh. And let's rename the issue first, and that'll help me name the branch. We'll update that for now. I'm going to edit the issue, and instead of add safe functions to the client, this is going to be use results in languages where they are idiomatic and add better exceptions to appropriate languages. Add specific exceptions. So then, in languages like C#, so yeah, in languages like C#, we should have more specific exceptions that are documented properly and provide a better developer experience. Sure. So then this is feature clients results or specific exceptions. So then if we do a get LG, cool. All right. Yeah, that works for me. Oh, and yeah, no worries. Yeah, thanks, Andrew. You're out for now. You love what I'm doing. Psyched to stream in a few weeks. Yeah, I'm also pushing to get this in the right way for that stream in a couple weeks. So yeah, I want to do my release for 1.0 pretty soon. I also want to do some stuff based around like Piranha and like identifying stale flags and some of that stuff. But yeah, have a great one. Thank you for stopping by, Andrew. And yeah, that's awesome. We don't typically get that many chatters over on Twitter. So yeah, that was cool. Alright, so, yeah. And Jens, are you still out there? I'm guessing you probably, I was going to say, like, yeah, if you're still out there, man, it's probably time for Shut-Eye. So yeah, thanks. And thank you for putting up with a bit of my frustration earlier, right? I don't think I was explaining what I was trying to do very well. But you were definitely correct, right? Just let it be an exception. I just need better exceptions. So, thanks, man. I appreciate your help. See you tomorrow? No worries if not. But yeah, have a good one. Oh, so rage, yeah, that's a big problem. And it's a reason why something like Uber Piranha was invented. It crawls your code with, some AST-aware functionality, so it can like identify your flags. I forget exactly how it ends up working, but technically it's also like, polyglot Piranha is actually the main part. So let's go look at that. Piranha blob polyglot readme. The basic gist is it should get removed on your own, but someone has to care about it. And if it's never getting prioritized, it's tricky, right? What I would say is try and be an advocate for like tech debt sprints. If business is willing to do it, take one sprint per quarter in which you clean up tech debt like that. If business is not willing to do it once a quarter, maybe twice a year, maybe just once a year, but even then, like one sprint dedicated to tech debt cleanup would be really important. I worked at a company recently that did that, and it was the coolest thing ever. It was the best. Because we operated in a very, fast and loose, like, startup style way, which means tech debt accrues pretty quickly. Yeah, right, like 70% of the sprint should be tech debt cleanup. I can agree with that, right? And if your other tasks go over, the tech debt gets pushed. Right? It's the first thing that gets pushed, so never do the tech debt first. But if you get your other tickets done, then you got time for your tech debt stuff. Here's the thing, though. like 30% of your time as a dev for all the devs is more than one whole sprint per quarter. It really is. Right? That would be like every third sprint, technically. Or every fourth sprint, maybe. Yeah, every fourth sprint is probably more accurate. So every fourth sprint, that's once a month. Or, well, depending on how long your sprints are. So, yeah, if you can convince management to dedicate 30% rather than what ends up probably being more like 10%, then go for it. But yeah. Yeah, it just depends. I would say, yeah, really try and like push back on your company about some of that. But at the end of the day, if they don't want to do it, you can't make them. And that's where you try and just put in your time and then go work at a company that does care. Tech debt for 4 to 5 months? Damn, research dev. Yeah, that pretty much never happens. But that's really cool that you were at a company that did that. Do you mind sharing what company that is or was? Because holy shit, dude. That's amazing. That's like Shangri-La. That's the golden land, you know? The promised land. Where they actually care about tech debt. That they'll assign someone like half time on it. That sounds awesome. Yeah, super jealous. The fact, like, you know, the company I was at before, Fairwinds, the fact that they had a tech debt sprint once a quarter, that's amazing. Like, that right there is, like, Snowflake, like, they're a unicorn. Like, just, no one does that. So if you are at a company that does that, then you're stoked. What is tech debt? Tech debt is, we did a thing to ship it, but we know it's going to be buggy. We know it's not going to be good, right? So it's removing to-do comments or, like, you know, a lot of things that probably should have happened during normal dev processes, but didn't. But as you leave them, it kind of like just, it's a thing that needs to be changed that didn't get changed when it needed to be done, and now it's just there. As an example, feature flags that are the same for every environment now and haven't been touched in over 6 months, those kind of like feature flags should be removed because it's just the thing now, right? You don't need a flag for a thing that's always on. So having a like an if conditional around that is tech debt at that point. So there, Bardock, I would point out that you most likely have a lot of tech debt. If you build up enough tech debt, it typically is a bad sign for the code base in general. A company that doesn't clean up tech debt, it's basically write-only code. You know? I mean, that's the wrong way to phrase that. But yeah, it's like write-once code. And that is the most brittle code you've ever seen at that point, right? But sometimes tech debt's fine. And this is where I kind of want to bring up this story. Memory leak missile. It's this post right here. And it's a short read. This is one of my favorite blog posts, though. Some time ago, I noted that the null garbage collector is a valid garbage collector if the amount of RAM available to the runtime is greater than the total memory requirements of the program. This insight lets us make some statements about what you can assume from garbage collected languages. But it also can be looked at as rules for deciding when you can simply ignore memory leaks in your program and just use a null garbage collector. Here's one developer who learned about an application of this principle. So, someone named Norman writes, "The only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs." And then this person, Kent Mitchell, chimes in, "Well, this sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks, memory leaks. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, 'Of course it leaks.' He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile, and then they doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention." All right? And if you think about it, the cost of writing perfect non-leaking code is way higher than just adding a little bit extra to the hardware cost of the missile, because you can pass the hardware cost of the missile onto the client, no problem. It's the software part that is actually fuzzier. Right? As a contractor working on missiles, can we imagine how much his hourly rate might have been? $300-400 an hour? For him to find and fix all the memory leaks? You're looking at thousands upon thousands of dollars. When instead, to double the RAM for that onboard, chipset or whatever? What, 20 cents a device? At scale? Meh. Maybe $100 if you're using something crazy. I don't know, man. Yeah. We look at this as in being 1995, so the amount of RAM might be crazy. Right? It's probably an extra $100K. Yeah, that's an extra $200, but still cheaper than the developer's time, because you can actually just add that $200 to the client's bill for the missile. Problem solved. It's a lot harder to amortize that developer's time and effort into the cost of the missile. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. Of course it leaks. Just such a weird and interesting and crazy thing. But it's just a fundamental thing of recognize what you're building. Are you building a REST API that spends most of its time communicating with the database? Yeah, you don't need to write that in Rust. It is diminishing returns to optimize around the language that you are gluing together database calls with. Very few companies will ever need the Primogen on their books. That is a luxury. That is not necessary for most software companies out there in the world. The biggest companies, yeah, they might need a couple. But as far as the proportion of their software engineering department, you might have 3 the Primogens at a company with thousands of developers. Pretty sure Theo made a video about that too, right? Needing the Primogen on your staff is a nice problem to have. And yeah, how's everyone doing today? You having fun? Oh, that was a good shoulder pop. Oh, did y'all hear that one? Oh, that's one of the ones that, like, I felt in my fingertips. Oh, that one felt good. That means I slept on it wrong, probably. But at least it didn't dislocate. Yeah. Yeah, that was like a knuckle cracker, you know? And yeah, Space Case, did you hear my response to your Discord message? I wasn't sure if you were actually here at the time. But basically, no expectations. You know, do a command for people if you're here and whatever, but like, don't stress about any of that. Right? I can't afford to pay you, so don't treat it like a job. But real quick, I do need to use the restroom. So let me go do that in just a sec. I need to pour some more water when I do it, too. And man, the time just flew by today, didn't it? Gonna get the flu? Oh no. Consume some vitamin C and some zinc? Yeah, that sucks. I hate getting sick. Make sure you're getting enough vitamin D as well. That's like big for your immune system. But don't overdo it, because vitamin D is fat soluble, not water soluble like vitamin C. But yeah, real quick, I gotta go pee. Give me a second. Be right back. I'm back. The statue has prostate problems. A little bit. I mean, it's not necessarily a prostate issue. Like, he's probably just trying to reestablish the seal, right? It's one of those things where if you've had too much to drink, not that I would ever know, right? You go to the bathroom and you're just like still like squeezing more out because like you've consumed so much water that it's just going right through you. So you got to try and reestablish the seal so that you don't have to go in 5 minutes. That's just science. I mean, it's why the statue exists at all, because that's a common enough problem. Oh, I like the internship. Yeah, that one's fun. Yeah, enjoy. I think it's a good, fun movie. Oh, damn. Yeah, someone had a good, like, joke about the internship. Janhua. Yeah, I don't remember what it was. But all right, so as far as specific... Yeah, specific exceptions go. We've actually got a bunch of those listed out elsewhere. What language do we have those in? Was it Rust? Mm-hmm. All right, so... Wait, what about a forbidden language? I may be misunderstanding something there. It's fine. I don't think I understood it. That's all. So yeah, I want to create a separate file for this. JavaScript's just fine. Sorry, Bardock, but we try not to hate on any languages here. There are plenty of streams that do that. This is a safe place from that. Yeah, I get it, right? But it still doesn't excuse that, yeah, we don't do that. JavaScript's just fine. Right, it's like that Doobie Brothers song, right? Except instead of Jesus is just alright, it's JavaScript's just alright. JavaScript's just alright with me. Like, honestly, that would be a pretty good spoof song. I'm not religious, by the way, which is why I kind of relate to that song. Like, if you are, yeah, go for it. Do it. Just because I don't believe in it doesn't mean other people shouldn't. And let me point out, I'm agnostic. I don't know if I believe in it or not. You'll never get me to agree or disagree whether it's real. I have no idea. I'll never be able to decide that. Why care about things I can't influence? You'll find that mentality helps out a lot. Leads to a pretty stress-free life. Why worry about changing things that you just can't change? All right, so we're going to create a namespace. Oh, and yeah, we'll do this. Right, we'll comment out all of that because that's the wrong language. And we end up doing something basically like this. So yeah, do we still have C# people out there? I'm probably going to need your help in defining these in a way that you would want to use them, right? Or that consuming them would make sense. So, do we have any C# out there? And that's my new name for y'all. The C#. I'm tweeting that for sure. Hold on, I'll respond to Rox here. Right? Anyone else have any, like, things that they think a, right? Anyone have any, like, opinions about how they judge front-end devs in general and, like, what makes a really good front-end dev? I think there's value in, right? Like, you know, having strong opinions. I don't care what your opinions of these are, but you should at least have opinions about these. If you don't even have an opinion about them, I don't think you've done enough front end in general. No, and that makes sense. I get that. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. All right, hold on. Let's check these. I forgot the comment I wanted to make now. Shit. Oh, yeah. Hold on. What's the dog? Is it a Shar-Pei? There you go. I mean, there's room for all sorts of sea sharpies in this world. That's a solid tweet. I probably should have scheduled it, right? This is the worst time of day to tweet that kind of stuff. All right, so we don't see a... we don't see a code and life going yet. If we do see a code and life, we're going to join it. But until then, we're going to keep hacking on, making these exceptions better. And thanks for the likes, Ed. Appreciate that. All right, so what I want to do first is probably namespace these. Hold on. Let me respond to this over on the tweeter. Let's do it on stream. Why not? Microsoft Java developers. Ugh. C Sharpies. Nailed it. Right? Did I spell syllables right? Shit. Yeah, I did. Nice. Good job, me. And thanks, Matthias. Appreciate everyone. I think it's a solid tweet. Okay? I think the whiskey's working, by the way. BT dubs. Oh, there you go. That's not a Shar-Pei, but yeah, C Shar-Pei is basically... you know, close enough. Hell yeah, Seb. We should look at that one real quick, real quick. That's probably as close to a C Shar-Pei as we're going to get. Someone's definitely moving that dog's hands. Yeah, we see the hand right there. All right. Yeah, exactly. Duh. Oh, at least he tried. Yeah. You know, I don't want to debug this dog's code, but you know, I think it's fine. You've dealt with junior developers, sure, but what about canine developers? All right, so real quick, let's do this. All right, we did a namespace. Oh, no auto format? Oh. I mean, people from Spanish-speaking countries are all senior developers. Maybe Senorita. I know, I'm kidding, by the way. Bad joke. It took you some time to get that one? Yeah, no worries. So, let's get back to actually writing code, I guess. I suppose. I think one big part is, yeah, do we not get like a format? Oh, we don't have a default formatter for C# files? We should. There it is. Hey, there we go. Why do we want a custom exception class? Because we can document that class, and when developers want to maybe catch it or deal with it in some way, it at least lets them know what they're doing. Basically, there were a couple other C# developers here who, probably stepped away because it's Friday night and they got lives or something, I guess. And they mentioned that they wanted specific exceptions for certain issues, certain things, right? In our Rust code, we end up having specific errors, right, via Vexilla error for an invalid feature type or invalid feature value type or, just all sorts of other stuff. Whoa, wait. What? Dude, Darren, are you out there? Tembo has their own, icon on Twitter? How much does that cost? How much does that cost? But yeah, like at least someone mentioned that they would like to have specific errors, right? So hold on. If we go take the thing they pasted to pastebin, if we look at it, you know, there's like summary, there's the parameters it takes, there's what it returns, and then there's the exceptions that could be thrown. And a specific exception for whatever our functions could throw is useful for developers to catch. Now, granted, they could always just catch the base exception class and catch any exception. But if they wanted to understand what's going on and all that BS, then we give them that power, you know? So I think there's a lot of value to that. Does that make sense there, Bardock? Do you not see value in doing that? In the Go client, let me double check. I don't remember. We probably should, though. When I've been consuming Go, I haven't necessarily cared, however. Right? Like, as a developer, like, let me put it this way. I've done way more Go dev myself than I've done C# or Kotlin dev myself. So I really rely on other people caring about it. So instead, when we look at the Go code, for me, I don't know if I've ever cared about a specific error type. In that way. So I don't know if I do. I don't think I do. Yeah, let me look at the client and double check. Right? I just, you know, return format error F. Would you benefit from a better error message? I've never actually cared, like when I was consuming Go code or Go libraries, etc. But if you think it would be worth it, we can do it. I'm just curious, like, what do you gain from that versus just format error F? Like, what would you gain? Like, what makes it better? To me, like, you're already getting a specific message. But also, like, yeah, like, that's why I probably didn't do it that way for the C# or Kotlin or any of that, right? Anything that does exceptions by default, because I just, as a developer, I've never dealt with it. So Bardock, for one of those cases, we might be able to use just a system.notfound exception. But there are going to be some cases where we definitely need our own version of, like, yeah, you're trying to do a, like, you're trying to do the should function on a value feature, and that doesn't work, right? And we need to throw a specific exception for that. So there are definitely use cases for specific exceptions, but lookup exceptions, we could probably like default to a generic, right? Or like a, you know, a standard library one. So really, yeah, I'm not sure. Like, how would you handle them different? No. So hold on, K-Bray. What I'm getting at is, like, what would be the thing you would do to fix that? So if I look at my, like, client test, I just check if error doesn't equal nil. I've never written any Go code where I cared about the specific error. Instead, I just want to make sure I'm not getting one. So yeah, that's maybe just a limitation of my experience with Go. For the most part, I just write code that either my code works and I don't have errors and I move on, or it has an error and I do something based on that. I guess here's the big thing, Kbray. Like, it depends on the user, sure. So group not found by name or ID. What I'm wondering is, what would be the user response to that error versus another error, right? They just catch it and deal with it, right? Or they see it get done and they deal with it. No, and I get it. What I'm wondering is, like, as a consumer, I've never done anything specific based on the errors. In languages that do try-catch, being able to catch a specific exception is doable. But again, like, kind of like what I'm getting at is, if I was consuming this library in any language, I don't care what the error is. If I get an error, I should probably handle what caused the error. And if I can't handle it, then whatever. I just bail out. So I understand your reasoning for consistency. You just had a neighbor talk your ear off. What's the topic now? We're talking about error handling, basically, and we're, like, digging into, for C#, we're probably going to create custom exceptions for certain things. Kbray is pointing out that in Go, they would prefer custom errors as well. To me, if I'm giving, like, a good message, that's all I'd care about in Go anyway. No, it should be up to the user, and I totally get that. But I've never heard of a Go developer doing anything specific based on the error. But I could see that happening. I guess here's the big thing. For what we're doing in the feature flag library, what would you do differently? So wait, what does errors.ls do? I guess I'm completely unfamiliar with that. I've never used it. I have no idea. I see errors.new. Sure. Oh, right, because it's capitalized. It's errors.is. Okay. Yeah, no, I guess it makes sense. No, I think you're right. Yeah, we should do it for the Go code too. Wait, what's a Sharpay? Hold up. Let's respond over here instead. And Colin's the man. Dude, he is one of my favorite people. It depends on the package. Yeah. I mean, if we're going to do it for one language, we should do it for all of them, right? Consistency there, I think, is more important than necessity. Wait, what's a Sharpay? And now I gotta Google it. Sharpay? Oh, it's a person. No, Sharpay is EI, right? That's like part of the joke I made. So yeah, that like I already did see Sharpays, which is the dog. Sharpay is her. Like it's a person. Sharpay's Fabulous Adventure? She's from High School Musical. Ah. Okay. Okay. My bad. I get it. Yeah, I've never seen High School Musical. Didn't even realize. That's a thing? Like, that's a thing? Huh. Dude, and Colin's just awesome. Yeah, such a cool dude. Is that the actress that plays her? Ashley Tisdale? Okay. What else has she been in? I mean, as a person with uneven eyes, her and Bradley Cooper make me feel okay. Most people have uneven eyes, technically. Wait, she was in Scary Movie 5? Really? Huh. I ever saw Scary Movie 5. I don't know about fully even, but the amount of separation is something that people often attribute to attractiveness. But it's definitely something I'm, like, self-conscious about. Like, I notice it in pictures of myself way too much. But Bradley Cooper, his are, like, real wonky. Like, holy shitballs. And he's considered, like, attractive, you know? So, I think we're all good. Yeah, there are people that actually associate facial symmetry with attractiveness. But for the most part, it's not a thing in nature. Megan Fox has toe thumbs. Not fazed by it. Yeah, no. At this point, she's more plastic than person at this point. So that's the thing that phases me. No offense to people that get work done. Go for it. If you're insecure about it, do it. But I don't think that's going to make you not insecure. No. So I was basically just, you looked at her thumbs? Oh, no. You just ruined Bardock's, like, imagination. How dare you? No, I was just adapting the quote, more machine than man. Right? Like from Star Wars. But he's more machine than man now. So yeah, I wanted to adapt that quote to Megan Fox being more plastic than person. Because it was like alliterative in the same way. A beer will make it better, for sure. Maybe 2. Maybe 3. But yeah, no, I get it. I think you're right. We should probably do, like a better error case. One for each thumb or toe. Up to you. Wait, did Go Feature Flag get left out? Oh. Hey. Had a hair hanging, actually grabbed it. You know what I hate? When you get like an eyelash that's wonky and you're trying to grab at it and you can never get it. See, here in the US, you don't get proper absinthe. Yeah, I feel like most of the wormwood isn't even in there anymore. I remember when absinthe was legalized in the US. I was at like the bar at Mount Hood one of the bars at Mount Hood. And some rep was like, yeah, try it out. And it was free shots, so I obviously drank it. It was just like drinking any other alcohol. Whereas I feel like proper wormwood absinthe from, like, Europe does some shit. No, it was just regular alcohol. It was like taking a Jaeger Red Bull or something. It was like Jaeger at that point, you know? Now, granted, I can't drink Jaeger anymore. I have not overdone absinthe that way. Is there some, like, holiday where drinking absinthe would be, like, the proper thing? Maybe Halloween? Is Halloween like an absinthe holiday? Like Edgar Allan Poe style or something? You know, Cinco de Mayo is coming up in, like, a little over a week. Cinco de Mayo is coming up in a little over a week. I will have some tequila. I'll grab some margarita mix instead of, like, the poor man's margarita, which is just lemonade mix. Wait. What's up, Four Wheel? Oh, you're saying, yeah, how strong, like, the alcohol for the tequila is? Oof. No, it'll probably just be, like, a standard, like, Cazadores or, you know, maybe if there's a good deal on Patron or something. I'll have to buy the, like, if I want to get a good deal on some tequila, I got to do it, like, now versus, like, that day, because they're going to charge more for it because they want to make money. But I can get some, like, Costco Cazadores and be just fine. Or I could do Mezcal, you know? No matter what, though, I'm going to get, and this is the best margarita mix you're going to find at the store. It's so good. It's the best. It's the absolute best. It's Lefty O'Doul's margarita mix. It's so good. And it's pure. Like, you know, there's no alcohol in it. It's just the ingredients. And it's like pure ingredients. Like, dude, it's super good. I don't want the light agave. I want the authentic key lime. Yeah, this one. Right? It's just lemon juice, orange juice, right? Like pure sugar, right? Real cane sugar, all natural. Like, it's really, really good. No. Research dev. Come on, man. Research dev. It was probably me talking about alcohol and coffee. Duh. Oh, yeah, Sab. Yeah, get some sleep. I hope you feel better. I'm sorry. It's because you stayed up so late last night. Yeah, get some sleep. Sweet dreams. So you tried Kahlua in your coffee, which, yeah, I've heard is pretty good. Kahlua is one way to go. Bailey's is a different way to go. Either one makes coffee better. Hold on. Let me reply to this here in front of y'all. Right? Yeah. Yep. So, Mixolydian skills? Mixolydian. That's it. All right. All right, I like the fact that there are actually so many of these references. Boom. You've not had Bailey's? I've heard Bailey's is quite good in coffee. I've only ever had it as a poor man's Kahlua for a White Russian. Like, not poor man's Kahlua, but it's the only thing we had at the time, right? We didn't have Kahlua, so we did Bailey's, and it was fine. So, one more quick thing before we get back to code. If you've ever seen South Park, at the end, there's that, like, airplane that shows, and it's like Braniff or whatever, and it goes bum, 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 bum. That is actually the melody from that song in Cannibal the Musical, right? Which is basically, the sky is blue and all the leaves are green. My heart's as full as a baked potato, right? Like, right? But that first bit of that lyric is that bum, 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 bum. Right? The sky is blue and all the leaves are green. So yeah, a little bit of like trivia for South Park if you weren't aware. It's kind of amazing that they made that their production studio like tagline. I'm actually a huge fan. I also really like how Always Sunny in Philadelphia, their production studio or whatever, right, is like they say something that's in reverse. It's like, right? And if you reverse it, you actually can know what they're saying. It's like a different thing every season. I love some of that trivia. But yeah, the South Park one is really good. If you've never seen Cannibal the Musical, brace yourself. It's really, really low budget. So Colin replied, hold on. We're having a good old night. I'm really hoping that, Jacob actually gets his Code and Life going. It's basically a movie for Gaming Stream. It is. Yeah, we've watched it on Gaming Stream before on like a typical Sunday. If it's available on Tubi, we'll watch it this Sunday. How about that? See you there. Yeah, Sunday's going to be a co-working stream this week. Next week is Cinco de Mayo on a Sunday, so obviously we're streaming on this channel. But probably not getting much done. Yeah, for sure. If you're not aware, I've got Gaming Stream. And for the most part, on Gaming Stream, I play games at night, but that's also the stream in which we just watch movies that are free on Tubi TV. Right? And then, like, while that's going, I'm, like, hacking out on some work stuff. I might pause the movie to then record some video or, you know, do some stuff there. God, and this pixel. Do you see it? Do you see that pixel? That shit's driving me insane. I know, short drive, right? That fucking pixel, man. It's my camera. And somehow... No, it's not the stream. It's my camera. My camera has a stuck pixel or a dead pixel or whatever. And they have things that fix it, but I can't, like, it's not in my settings at all. It's nowhere in my settings to do pixel mapping. So the ZVE10 is garbage at this point without pixel mapping. If it's gonna get stuck pixels like that on the fucking sensor, how dare they? I could throw a small black rectangle. That'll be the fix. But then if I just, you know, do this, like, yeah, you'll really notice it. Yeah, I think there's some way we could, like, we could do the hacky version of it. I'd like to not do that. Ooh. And yeah, more of a Lydian kind of person. I get it. I get it. No big deal. And hold on. iReal. Was that your Twitter account? I don't think I've connected that. Don't dox yourself if you don't want. Wait, are you singing Mixolydian scales? Have you seen Cannibal the Musical yet? If not, you got homework. Duh. Let's build a snowman. Right, dude? Oh, shit. Oh, man. Yeah, that dude deserved to get murdered. Spoiler alert, but the movie's been out for a long time. Take it easy. You haven't seen it? If you like the South Park guys at all, you should check it out because it's basically their, like senior thesis film, right? They went to college for filmmaking, right? It was basically their senior thesis film, but it also got funded and, you know, published by Troma. And if you're a fan of, like, terrible B movies, you know Troma. They did Nuke 'Em High. They did Samurai Cop. They did all sorts of stuff. Toxic Avenger. How could I forget Toxic Avenger? Yeah. Right? Lloyd Kaufman is the main dude behind it, and he's great. There you go, iReal. But made by the South Park guys. The main theme song of the film is, if you weren't here for me mentioning it, right? At the end of South Park, when you see Braniff, and it's the airplane, and it goes, bam, 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 bam. That is, like, the first, like, X amount of notes for the sky is blue and all the leaves are green. Right? Which is, like, one of the first songs you hear because it's a musical. The rest of the lyric goes, my heart's as full as a baked potato. I think you know precisely what I mean when I say it's a spadoinkle day. And nobody knows what he means because they made that word up. It's like, I would say Tubi, probably. Right? Yeah, free on Tubi right now. Here you go. You're welcome. Nope, that ain't it. Hold on. I guess I didn't copy it right. There you go. So I guess we'll be watching it on Sunday, right? You're welcome. Obviously, yeah, duh. Yeah, Tubi TV is fantastic if you're in, like, the right jurisdiction. My heart's as full as a baked potato. Like, dude, I'm going to have that song stuck in my head all day. And I'm okay with it. I'm here for it. All right, so real quick. Oh, yeah, Toxic Avenger is great. Dude, super good, terrible film, right? Ooh, hold on. So, do we have C Sharpies here in chat? Yeah, I'm going to keep using that term. Any C Sharpies? Do I actually need this, like, public constructor? Or is it kind of default? Favorite poem? Ooh, I mean, stopping by woods on a snowy evening is classic. Yeah, stopping by woods on a snowy evening is pretty good. The Raven is pretty classic as well. The same in Java 2.0. There you go. Oh, and hold on, Rumple. No, I did like a fresh like sorting of people based upon how long they've been following. Oh, Rumple, yeah, no, you got left off. Yeah, the Raven stopping by woods on a snowy evening. Like maybe I messed up the name, sure. But yeah, hold on. Nah, Rumple, dude. Part of it is, like, you've put up with me long enough that I trust you, right? I know I've probably been a jerk towards you, at least once, and you didn't take it to heart. So I really, really appreciate you for that. Yeah, nah, no worries there, Rumple. Like, dude, you put in the work by putting up with me. So thank you. Yeah, for sure. I probably have the most mods of, like, most people on Twitch. I'm, like, easily in the upper 99%. Or, like, the 1% technically. Like, yeah, right? I'm part of the 99th percentile or whatever, right? One of us. One of us. Yeah, totally. And there are zero expectations there. It's that you put up with me long enough. You've been here. You've been a positive voice in the community. Like, all that stuff. Yeah. Mod material, for sure. But no expectations. You don't got to do nothing. Just keep being cool. Mm-hmm. It's a skill. But yeah, so I feel like empty class should be good, right? Like, you know, that should be fine. Oh, I mean, to a degree there, Four Wheel. Like, again, I have hundreds of mods. We only see maybe like 20 on a given day, which I'm fine with. Like, again, no stress, no expectations. I basically mod people because I trust them to be a good part of chat. And they've been here long enough to make that like a good assumption. So yeah, no stress. So yeah, I didn't realize that. Like, a lot of channels have a lot of mods. I did not know that. That's news to me. I would wonder if that's like a common thing in Twitch, but less common in programming. Because I know a bunch of streams I'm only a VIP in. Is it they specifically don't trust me? I can see that. I get it. I'm a little reactionary. I get it. I get it. No harm, no foul. Let me put it this way. I've never banned anyone in anyone else's channel. Never happened. Never happened. Bond, that's like extra special. No, I know. I understood the typo. I just felt like being a jerk about it. Bond, James Bond. Boned. Hey-o. You just choked a little bit? Yeah, exactly. Hey-o! I don't know. My bad. All right, so I completely agree. If I'm doing this for one language, I should do it for other languages too. So that's why this PR might be a little bit more work, but absolutely worth it. Right? We can't dictate how people are going to use these things. That's just science, man. So instead, making our library more consumable is just a win for usage of the library, you know? Now, some of these names need to actually be fixed. Right? F64, yeah, that ain't right. Come on. Invalid custom float int. Yeah, invalid value. Like, yeah, no. We got fixes to make. Oh, I like that. Yeah, iReal. That's a good call. Yeah, I like that. Good catch. No pun intended. Right? We're talking about exceptions. Good catch. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was so good. Good catch. Ha! Ha! Oh, I feel so happy now. Total dad joke material. That said, yes, I broke the seal. Now I gotta go pee, so give me a second. BRB. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, so I'm back. Fix the beanie. Right, crooked beanie makes, like, the uneven eyes seem way worse. You can also tell how much I've had in me as the beanie, like, migrates towards more crooked. If you see me with my beanie like this, don't let me drive home. Just don't do it, right? Just take my keys. It's science. Luckily, I'm already home, so we're good to go. Can the beanie slide completely off? I mean, I guess if you see me out and about with my beanie off, yeah, something's gone terribly wrong. All right, not just my own branding. Hold on, let me double check on work. I don't think anyone would message me this late on a Friday. Yeah, exactly. That's how I go incognito. Duh, right? I don't even need a fake mustache for it. I can just take the beanie off and people won't recognize me. Especially with how short my hair is right now. All right, let's keep going. So we got group key lookup, key not found, flag lookup, key not found. Ooh, and yeah, I don't see Jacob MG Evans doing his code and life tonight. Huh. Yeah, have you all heard the story about how I was just walking, minding my own business at TwitchCon a couple years ago? And Nate Codes rolled up behind me as like, CM Griffin? He recognized the beanie from behind. That's how iconic I am. As far as being the beanie dev. Okay? Okay? Like, he just knew. Like, are you Sam Griffin? I turn around. He already knew it was me. It's actually quite impressive. That's branding. Okay? That is branding. All right, someone chimed in. I think now someone has to name their dog C Sharpies. And my reply to that tweet was, I don't have a dog, but I probably need to get one for meme's sake. So here's the thing, Kois. And what I would actually really point out is that functional programming is easier to test because of dependency injection and functional programming being inherently dependency injectable, right? There's no such thing as globals. It makes things easier to test. So I would say object-oriented programming is great as long as you have a good way of doing dependency injection. And Angular is a good example of that. So instead, if you really want to understand why functional programming is all the rage, you should probably check out the Elm white paper. The Elm white paper is basically the entire thing that made Redux real, right? And it's the entire thing that made React do top-down data flow, right? Elm is actually the progenitor of most of what we know about modern web dev. It's actually crazy. It's fucking genius, actually. So I would actually recommend, if you want to understand why the current web zeitgeist is towards functional programming, it is because of this thing by the dude that wrote Elm, and this is his senior thesis paper. It's actually an amazing read. I read it in one sitting because it was fantastic. I enjoyed every moment of it. When he talks about functional graphical user interfaces, what he explains and talks about in this entire read actually changed the way I thought about game dev in general. At the time I read this, I still wanted to be a game developer. I don't anymore because I know the industry fucking sucks. But at the time, it made me rethink about how games are just a representation of the underlying state. When you recognize that, you don't need to care about your object and its place in the world. Instead, your rendering of the world is just a representation of the object's state, you know? And that changes all sorts of shit. It should fundamentally change the way you think about programming, if you haven't thought about it that way previously. I think object-oriented programming with the idea of dependency injection actually becomes basically functional programming, because the way in which you inject those dependencies makes them functional. So yeah, honestly, it's 47 pages. You can read 47 pages in an hour, for the most part. Maybe an hour and a half. It will probably be, programming-wise, one of the best hour and a halves you can spend. But I'm not even kidding when I say that this white paper and functional programming in general are the absolute, this is the birth of React and Redux and state management, Flux for React in general. So understanding this makes you understand pretty much how all of front-end web dev has migrated at that point. And one of the biggest benefits for using this is that everything becomes testable. Right? You don't need to mock shit. Or you only need to mock what a function cares about, not some crazy global BS. So it's really valuable, really cool. Now, I do not want to or have ever written Elm in any significant way. I actually find it to not be that fun. I think there's a lot of lack of like libraries and just like developer tools built around it, right? I don't even think it's like fun to write in VS Code, probably even less so in NeoVim, but maybe, like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's extensions or even like a, you know, like a language server built for Elm. There probably is, but you don't need to write Elm to understand the impact it had on things. And I think that's important. This is his senior thesis at whatever university he was going to. I would assume Stanford or some like high level BS, right? Because dude's a fucking genius. Right, Lisp. Everything is data. Sure. Yeah, I think that's a good approach to it, right? Yeah, right? Fundamental ideas around it, right? Scheme is basically Lisp, right? And JavaScript was built around, I'm going to mess up his name because I'm forgetting it right now, but the dude that wrote JavaScript was trying to bring Scheme into the browser. Did he succeed? No, he only had 10 days. For some reason, I'm blanking on his name. Some of y'all remember it by heart and can fill in the blanks. Brendan Eich. Right? Brendan Eich wrote JavaScript trying to bring Scheme and Lisp into the browser. There are certain things where, like, you might not use the language, but you understand the things they were trying to do, and those ideas are fully portable, right? Like a rising tide lifts all boats, because programming is about having Turing-complete languages that allow you to do any of these things. Yeah, for sure. And at the end of the day, if you understand some of these things, you actually understand so many more of these things, like regardless of the language. Which is why I am not a language zealot. It's why I also don't allow people to talk shit on languages. Because, hey, you want a functional approach to programming? You can do that in JavaScript. You can totally do that. It's fine, man. Yeah, do it. There's plenty of things that actually do that, right? Take the good ideas and bring them to whatever language you're working in. You can do functional Lua. You can do functional pretty much anything as long as it's Turing complete. As long as it treats functions as a, first party organism. Right? Good ideas are portable. He did, you're right, Koiz, right? Separate the art from the artist. I don't give a shit about Brendan Eich as a person. I don't know him. I don't give a fuck. The things he's done are important, though. Also, that is important to recognize that you probably shouldn't idolize any human being ever. I love the show IT Crowd. The guy that made IT Crowd fucking sucks. Right? Graham Linehan fucking sucks. I'm not going to let him ruin a good show he made. So at that point, Koiz, separate the art from the artist. You can still enjoy Dilbert while recognizing the guy that wrote Dilbert fucking sucks. You can still enjoy Harry Potter while realizing that the lady that wrote Harry Potter fucking sucks. A lot of the musicians we like and love kind of suck as human beings. Right? You can enjoy the Beatles while recognizing that the guy that got shot kind of fucking sucks. Separate the art from the artist. That's all I ask. I've heard Andy Warhol fucking sucks. But I can recognize some value in a lot of the art, especially like the collective in general, like the thing that he did, right? Like what was the name of it? The Factory or whatever? The Factory basically created amazing music via the guy that was in that one band that he went like glam rock, right? I know, I'm fucking up the name, right? Lou Reed. Lou Reed would be nothing without the Factory. Whether Andy Warhol is a person that you want to hang out with or not, Lou Reed made some good music. Whether Lou Reed is a person I want to hang out with, he still made some good music. He made some shit music too, but he made some good music. The biggest thing we can do as human beings is separate the art from the artist. You can't cancel art. You can definitely cancel artists, but you can't cancel art. What they made is not diminished because the person that made it sucks. I think that's important. What up, Buttermilk, Mr. Sir? Yeah, maybe iReal. I don't know. Sure, whatever. If AI replaces all the fucking people spamming me about how they could make me some emotes for my channel, yeah, if they kill that industry, I'm actually all for it, because those people fucking suck. Right? The spammers that are just going to use AI to create emotes for me anyway. Like, no, I don't want you in my channel. I don't want you in my Discord. Just get out. Like, stop messaging me. If I'm going to make an emote, I'm going to make it myself. And it'll be my face doing it. Right? Like that one. I'll make my own emotes. What are we reading? We're just ranting. Don't worry about it, Buttermilk. It's totally fine. But I do think separating the art from the artist is a very important thing that we all need to do. Trying to think of the one, like that one band where the singer got massively canceled because he's a terrible fucking human being. And I just said that, and y'all are thinking of totally different bands at this point, because there's plenty of bands where the singer is a terrible fucking human being. But they made a good song or two, you know? Right? I didn't even have to be specific. You're thinking about a totally different band, one that you like, that you used to like, and you probably should still like at least the songs they made. You don't have to like the singer to like a song they made. And that shit's easy. I know nothing about Les Claypool as a person. I just know I like the way he plays bass. That's it. That's all I need. I like the way he plays bass. Now, I've heard he's actually just a really cool, legitimate person. But again, I've never met him. What the fuck do I know? He could be a dick to me. I'd still like his songs. You know? Oh, we did the environment feature key? Ooh, nope. We haven't done that one yet. And then last but not least, we got unknown. And yeah, we'll use the unknown error from time to time. Yeah, I don't know if it's like a skill, but it's like an ideology at this point. And like it's hard to push an ideology on anyone. But I do think it is valuable to separate the art from the artist. No one can force you to do so, so you do it of your own volition, whether you want to or not. I can't force you to do it. Do it or don't. Won't affect me. But I think there is value in doing that because there's so much of the world that you'd have to completely disregard if you let your ideology rule everything around you. I'm not saying let go of your ideology. I'm saying recognize when it's useful and when it's doing you harm. Balancing a checkbook is such a thing of the past. But I get it. If you want to keep doing it, then keep doing it. What the fuck do I know? I'll just look at my statements and discern something from that, maybe. Yeah, you're definitely showing your age. Like, holy shit. You come from a world without the internet. I get it. I get it, Four Wheel. Like, damn. Are you really that much older than me? Really? I'm 40 in 2 months. You're only 4 years older. You're not that old. Come on, man. You're making it seem like you're like 70 or something. Dude, you're 4 years older than me. You're not that old. Okay? Do you actually need to balance your checkbook at this point? Bedtime bear. Uh-huh. Whatever you say. In 1990, sure. In 2010, she probably stopped. Who still writes checks? Like, come on, man. What bank actually gives you a checkbook by default? No, that's something you gotta order special. $2 per year? That's crazy. You can probably actually just use your like bank to have them write the check instead. Right? Thunderbolt Tyrant. Mr. Sir, you are the Thunderbolt Tyrant. Hell yeah, K-Bray. Yeah, that was a good one. So I don't have a Venmo. I do have a PayPal, but yeah, I go out and party with some people and they're like, oh yeah, I'll just Venmo you some money. And I'm just like, I'm good. Just buy me a drink next time. Nah, like, I'm not going to sign up for Venmo. I think I'm like boomer enough. I'm not a boomer, by the way, but it's a boomer mentality enough that, yeah, no, I'm not signing up for Venmo. I'm good. It's fine. I will happily buy the meal and you can owe me. Venmo is just a way of transferring money to people based upon something, right? So if we went out to eat and you didn't have cash, Zelle, whatever, Zelle or Venmo or whatever, I don't have any of them. I'm not downloading some fucking app. Why not use PayPal? I mean, that's another app you gotta have, and they take a cut. At the end of the day, dude, save it, keep it. If we go out and party, I'll probably still buy drinks the next time. If you want to buy me a drink, that's on you. I'm not going to worry about who owes me what and when. I'm too old for that shit at this point. Like, I don't give a fuck. I remember being a broke snowboard bum and caring about who owes me a drink. Fuck that. Fuck that. I don't care anymore. If we go out partying, I'll probably buy the first round. And we're good to go. Like, no one owes me shit. I did that of my own volition. No problem. I remember being a broke snowboard bum where I cared about, like, hey, I bought you a drink. You owe me a drink. Like, nah, man. If you want to remember that you owe me a drink, go for it. I got way too many other things that I'm dealing with. I'm not going to care about if you owe me a drink or not. If you want to buy me a drink, cool. Fuck it. Whatever. That means I'm going to buy you another drink. Just 'cause, right? Worrying and caring about that shit will take years off your life. Money comes and money goes. If you're out there partying and you buy someone a drink, that's your choice, man. Just do it. Do it out of the goodness of your heart, and you're good to go. That shit will come back around at the right time. You know? I've been broke. I understand caring about those things. But caring about those things actually ages you more than being broke, which is crazy. Yeah, no debt, no stress. You will take moments off of your life worrying about if someone's going to pay you back for a thing. If they don't, sure, that's fine. You know who they are. Your opinion to donate to them again, yeah, that makes sense. But don't worry about them giving it back. If they never give it back, then cool. That was a cheap way of knowing that they're not someone you should actually, like, support too much. Don't worry about getting it back. Lending someone $100 is the cheapest way of finding out if they are someone that you want to keep in your life. Because they will be the one to bring it up. And if they don't, well then, shit. $100 is the easy way of recognizing that that's not someone you need to care about. It's so cheap. They can just have it. I don't care if they give it back. It doesn't bother me. I just know that I don't give them any more money. And we're good to go. Nice and easy. Yeah. exactly, Steel Toad. Don't spend $20 worth of your time worrying about if someone's going to pay you back 5. That is like a good way of putting that, right? Now, that said, if someone wants $1,000 from me, well, I'm going to weigh my interactions with this person over time. No, it does not mean that any mod here in chat can ask for $1,000 from me. No, I'm sorry, no. But someone that I know and trust and I enjoy their company and, like, I've hung out with them a bunch of times in person and blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, Bedtime Bear, if you asked me for $1,000 because you needed it, I probably wouldn't even bat an eye. Right? Now, that said, I would still remember if you paid it back or not. And that's when that happens. The problem is always the problem. I mean, I guess there's a degree to it. I know, Bedtime Bear, do you need that 1K for a PS5? Sure. I know where you work, and I know that you'll make it back. And if you don't repay it, well, yeah, I guess I don't want to go golfing. I know my company is worth at least that. So yeah, if you want to like disregard that company, that's on you. But like, I know I'm like being hyperbolic, but seriously. People I trust, people I like, people I hang out with in person on a regular basis. Like, and when I say regular basis, more than once a year or at least once a year. Sure, man. I gotcha. Duh. Like, come on, man. Money's just money. And I only have this, like, mentality of it because I've lived without it for a major portion of my life at one point, you know? So yeah, man, if you actually need that, just message me. I gotcha. That is a thing that I can only do while I have an actual job. So if I don't have a job, well, yeah, sorry. You know. I can't do it. So it's a circumstance thing, technically. But when I don't have a job, I'll still buy drinks. I don't give a shit. Yeah, if I have a person I consider a friend, and $1,000 is the thing that's going to separate them from being homeless or not, dude, easiest decision ever. Like, so easy. Now, I hope they can get back on their feet because I can't keep footing the bill. Right? And there's definitely, like, a number at which it doesn't become, like, an easy decision. I don't know what that number is. There's something to it, right? Stormbore. Like, I don't need AirPod Maxes, and I don't actually like AirPods. So, yeah, I wouldn't do that. Studio display. Like, I don't need that, so I wouldn't buy it. Get that MacBook Pro? I mean, yeah, I'm going to take my time. I'm going to buy, like, a new Mac Mini at some point. For sure, man. Mr. Snorbor, I feel like you're being facetious in your comments there, when really, you're not as facetious as you think. I have a Mac Mini and a MacBook Pro that are 10 years old, or 9 years old at this point. I've never had a PC last that long. It just hasn't happened. At some point, you either buy it nice or you buy it twice. And that comes from working in restaurants. You either buy good shoes or you buy mediocre shoes multiple times. Anyone who's worked food service knows that non-slip shoes are not cheap. You either buy a good pair of non-slip shoes or you cheap out and you buy multiple pairs of non-slip shoes. I do appreciate the follow there, Mr. Snorbor. I'm really happy with the fact that you stuck around. Thank you for chilling, man. Appreciate that. There you go, Mr. Snorbor. It does seem like you're just memeing for meming's sake. Right? Like, you're chatting with a bunch of people that are being earnest. If you want to treat things as only like memes and jokes, go for it. That's fine. But when people are being sincere and you take the piss out of it, they remember that. Heyo. So wait, how far are we on the thing? Right? 25 days left and we're only 9% raised? That's pretty good, actually. I think we're, like, getting there. I think y'all can do it, but you gotta be, like, adamant about it. Yeah, y'all gotta really, like, put in the effort. Ooh, Bedtime Bear, 500. Really breaking the bank, aren't you? They're only channel points. No, I'm just having fun. I'm just bullshitting. Sorry. I'm like, it's like the same, like, comments we've been doing, right? So that's why it's a good joke. You're saving yours. I get it. Yeah, totally. Come on, man. They're only channel points. I'm having fun. Yeah. Obviously, Mr. Snorbor wouldn't spend any. Because they value their channel points more so than anything, right? What's theirs is theirs. Comb the desert. Yeah, totally, man. Man, we ain't found shit. Again, Mr. Stormbore, I want to say, like, dude, do whatever you want. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you feel bad about it. I did, though. Maybe. Possibly. But again, like, yeah, my bad. Do whatever you want. I don't give a shit. I shouldn't. Hold up. So sorry. Like, I saw VJ Kumar make a tweet. Dads, how do you find time for intimacy with your partner? Blah, blah, blah. They do 12 to 7 a.m. sleep, right? Right? And then, like, the rest of their day and the stuff they do, blah, blah, blah. And then Ken Wheeler chimes in like, oh, easy. Just wake up at 6:59. 1 minute's all we need. Hey-o! Dude. Ken Wheeler's hilarious. He's the man. We might not agree politically, but we agree, like, personally. You know? Oh, hold on. Yeah, let me reply to this tweet in front of y'all. Because, yeah, I think this is going to be a fun conference. I think Big Sky DevCon is going to be cool. Hold on. Should I do this as a quote tweet or should I just do this as a reply? I'll just do it as a reply. Oh, Nightbot kills it. Yeah. You're right. I should probably remove the Fairwinds one. Yeah, hold up. Hold up. Wait, did the Fairwinds one actually get, like, shouted out on, like, a timer? Nah, it didn't. I think we're good. But yeah, I actually plan on going to Big Sky DevCon. If y'all are not aware, it does seem pretty damn cool. And it's really fucking cheap as far as, like, conferences go. Like, look at all the people you'll see there, right? That's a good old crowd. Right? Ryan Florence, Carson Gross, The Primogen, Ken Wheeler. I mean, Pitbull. My bad. And I don't know the other people, but they seem really cool. I feel like I've seen Jaron Jones, actually, from other stuff, but yeah, I don't know where. But yeah, it seems like a good crowd, man. Just because I don't use, you know, HTMX, I think it's valuable. I think people should use it. I just don't want to use it. That's all. Duh. Like, yeah, right? Again. And I say again way too much when I didn't actually do something in the first place. But I don't give a shit. Use HTMX. Just because I'm not using it, I don't care. I don't give a shit. There are plenty of people that build things around it that are awesome, and I just want to go hang out with the crew. Fuck me, right? I need to look at how far of a drive it is, because, like, driving and having my weed with me does sound pretty awesome, versus, like, having to take a train and not have my weed with me. But anyway, let's keep doing what we're doing. And really, I think we're at a good point, probably. It's like 7:49. Holy shit. Where did the time go? Who stole it? Come on, fess up. Oh, wait, yeah, that junior high comment should totally be gone, right? Oh, you're right, Four Wheel. That junior high comment should be deleted. Because y'all have access to that. Do we have an emote for that one? Oh, I know what it is. Hold on. There we go. That's it. I knew what it was. It just took me a second. Yeah! Right? Look at that fucking kid. I wouldn't trust that dude as far as I can throw him, and I shouldn't be throwing anyone with my bad shoulder. That fucking kid. Yeah, he definitely listened to Korn. That fucking kid. Look at that shit-eating grin. Look at that 5 or 6 head he's got going. More room for the big old brain. Yeah, I get it. I get it. All right, so we've done a little bit of work. I think the exception class we have, we need to integrate back into some of the other stuff. That was me at the age of, I believe, 13. That was the beginning of 9th grade, I'm pretty sure. I was always like the late age version, you know? I have a birthday in June, so it's like the end of the year. So yeah, like during this point, I would have been 13 after like 8th grade. Like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, your June birthday as well. Yeah, exactly. You know. So yeah, that was me at 13. I would not trust that kid as far as I can throw him. Ooh, and Ed, with your bad knee, you shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yeah, that's a Ferris Bueller's reference. Duh. All right, who do we go raid? How about that? Live channels I'm watching. Oh, shit. Hold on. Chris Titus Tech. I haven't had a chance to raid them yet. Right? They finish up before I finish usually. So, dude. Yeah. We're going to raid Chris Titus Tech. I've never had a chance to raid Chris Titus Tech. Whether he's done or not, we're going to get him before he leaves. That is the right channel. We're good to go. Hell yeah. Yeah, 13-year-old me. That dude fucking sucks. Separate the art from the artist, okay? The big thing we've been saying the entire time. So yeah, I am actually really pumped. I've never had a chance to raid Chris Titus Tech. He ends so early in the day usually. So yeah, this is awesome. This is fucking awesome. How crooked is my beanie? I feel like we're good. I think we're set. World-class pictures. Exactly. Rumble Tum Jum. I like that name. That's a solid name. Welcome. But yeah, people over on YouTube and X, thank you for hanging out, but we're probably going to end at this moment. Cheers. Like, we went later than I planned. It's Friday. It's fine. So, later YouTube.